It seems it's been delayed. It comes out tomorrow, Fail. Actually, I think it comes out at 9 p.m. PST. Yeah, rollback is until later, which means it'll be just delay-based netcode with Spectro, and that sounds debatably enjoyable. Oh, all the characters! I forgot that all the characters are on the cover like this. Oh, hell, guys. You said that the LPT character is blonde and an archer, right? I think I just saw his sprite. None of you are going to be wrong. That's the best worst part. I didn't see anything. It's just, that sounds like a main character.
So, anyway...
No matter how you slice it. There's nothing... Basic is basically my middle name at this point. Hold on, we're getting our Pro Controller. Shark, is that you? Is that you on Wine Wednesday? Hold on, I'm getting everything set up that we need set up. Who works against F10A? Cheers, Shark. Designer Lilibet, ML Kowaric, FCC, and immunity sets. Caesarado. The capture card literally always does this, and it drives me insane. It's on a frozen frame. All right, perfect. That's where we're at. We're not at that starter screen. Yeah, without those, you'd have to have a super high effect resistance cleanser. That's pretty rough. Do you guys think we can do it? Can we beat the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today? We're gonna do it, so if your answer is no, then you're wrong.
No.
The #1 Switch YouTuber Tux? I know. It's impressive is what it is. Wait a minute, didn't Quinn say he was playing Elden Ring? Oh, okay, he is. I don't know why I thought I saw he was playing Triangle Strategy and I was about to chew him out. Get away from me! Triangle Strat is soon? Okay, cool.
What is this?
Heavy is on YouTube? Because he's coming for Tux's title. We've been new. It has been probably 2 months since we last streamed this game. What the fuck was going on? We're in a trial. Susato left. We're trying to prove that Gina Lestrade didn't murder that guy in the pawnbrokery. That's where we're at. Gina Lestrade is that annoying girl with the accents. Mr. Naruhodo! Yeah, there's no more of that. Oh, and what's her face? The little girl with the pink hair was helping us, Iris. I actually don't like Gina Cortex, sorry. My favorite characters in this game are Ryunosuke, Susato, and honestly, probably the typewriter jury member. Just kidding. What's his name? Herlock Sholmes. I was annoyed by him at first, and I feel like I've come around to him. Hey, Dots. Thank you for bringing some positivity into chat. We are trying to beat this game today because I know that we're a ways into the final trial, so we just want to do it. Let's just do it! I don't know how much is left, though. We're just doing a refresher. Trial, Part 2. Positivity, guys. Oh, right. The jury panel is always so damn rigged. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Oh, right. These guys. They, like, obviously did it, right? They were there at the scene of the murder. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. God blimey! This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, me lucky lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Gord blimey. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We've never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure it out? Well, now you will give formal testimony once again. Ooh, we can look at the court record. That's right! Okay. There was some stuff here, right? There was the blood stains that change colors. Hey, man. How's Triangle Strategy going? I've been trying to avoid spoilers for it, but you're so eager to play it. So we beat our first, we got our first ending on it last night, Dots, so I did the LPT RPG review. I gave it a 10 out of 10. It's one of my favorite games to come out ever. It's amazing. And we're still going to be running it on some days of the stream. Check this out. This should be about what we're doing each day if you guys need to know what days to avoid Triangle Strategy. I marked the days that I want to play it, so we'll do them on those days. Easy. What do you get out of all the E7 announcements? It's great. I can't wait to see how it all plays out. Sounds like a lot of quality of life adjustments and good stuff for players, so I'll take it. We're also going to get a bunch of ML characters, which makes me excited. Right, there's the book about the McGilded case, today's paper. What was that about? Oh, yeah. So, how come she has Windibank's gun? Use Senya. Senya's a fun unit. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov, we hear ya. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see, made us both jump, and all the stuff we went flying. Lummy, it didn't gimme a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Yeah, not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like the roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. E7 goes down in an hour, man. Alright, let's press.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China, we'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself in even more trouble. Yeah, it's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made both of us jump and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright, blimey. Me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big bruv here, scared like a bloomin' baby, and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and a skull, some skull, whatnot. We got tangled in some marionettes. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulk had said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Yeah. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it. It's a new story, because it's a Strive collab, not an Exert collab. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time. Yep, that's it. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs. Right you are, Kev. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it!
So, in fact, you heard the voice and gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing. A career in acting, tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could tell. From the other side of that door behind the counter, it was from the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank. On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank. Oh, you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Nah. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clobber's giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure that your testimony is accurate and true. On my granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after the like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, the bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he would have just fired instead of yelling at the girl?
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other. Must have gotten pretty heated. Wait, what? But she had his gun. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Wait, what? Didn't they say before that it was... Give me that gun? This doesn't make sense. I thought they heard Gina. And no, they heard Windabank, so what the hell? Didn't really sound like he meant it, mine. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windabank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect their articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose, perhopper. Bet he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying up the place. Lummy, it didn't half give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door next to get us.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. If we went deathly, it went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was. From the inside. Right. So we've had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the room. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps. Wasn't there a window on the door? Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You was shaking like a leaf? Then don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, mine went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or summat, so they clapped the darbies on us like winkin'. What did he just say? Yeah, I mean, There's gotta be more to the case than that they did it and they're lying. I hope. This game is usually pretty good about its plot twists, so... we'll see.
And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah.
Well, listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never had the chance, did we?
Hold it!
Hey, Jam. Yeah, welcome back. We're trying to beat this tonight, because I put this game on, like, a hiatus for a long time, so let's just freaking do it. And why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, isn't it? I know, Van Zeeks is beautiful. He drinks wine, too.
The place was totally empty when we went in. At the time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank.
He also constantly destroys his wine glass, but always has another, which means he's prepared. Also, you can see his wine bottle right there. He likes red, too.
Correct.
Barry Locke, long time no see. How's it going?
You've got it, mister. Down to a T.
So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Runo? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. Hey, yeah, Dots. He's a good one. I like Ryunosuke the most, but I'm basic. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in your brain. Well, you can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Yeah, we are definitely ugging for the same reason, Jam. Also, I thought I did this a long time ago. Okay, so what are we supposed to present here, I wonder? Maybe I should look at my court record? So how did she get his gun? Play Triangle Strategy Jam. Triangle Strategy with me and Survivor in the background. Perfect. Give me that gun. Yeah, you should put it on mobile mode, Jam. Do some handheld gaming. This is definitely... He should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. But he didn't have the gun.
Objection!
You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? Okay, this is why I got confused, because the little one that looks like a pug said that somebody said, "Gimme the gun," and then the next guy said that the guy had the gun. That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that comprises the position, compromises the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel.
Yeah, that's right.
Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girlie.
Hardly likely.
No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence.
Ugh.
Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses.
Skulkin's never skulkin', huh? Is everything put back between the two photos? That's what we need to look at. So is there anything in this photo that is not in this photo. Scales, dog picture, those handwritten notes on the side, the ledger, the quill, the clipboard with the blood stain, the cat picture, a lamp, and that other thing. The doll's also there. Yeah, everything's the same. Right? Kinda looks like her eyes are closed. How did that get there? Is it there? I can't tell. I think it is. So whose blood is this? Is this Sholmes's then? Right, thrice fired Mason. Yeah. Very curious. I wonder if we're supposed to, like, use the stereoscope to look at the two images. After the murder had taken place. Well, I don't think I'm able to. There doesn't seem to be a way for me to do that. Okay, so we need to repress everything, I think.
Hold it!
So we already read this.
Hold it!
Yeah, I think one of those characters is already in the story. And they literally said the other one is ML Vivian. Suppose we're being honest, we've heard a kind of wavering voice, yelling and all. If you don't want to get shot. Okay.
Hold it!
The two of them waving guns at each other. What? How is that possible? I can't present anything, though. That's gotta be the fishy part. They're saying that there's two guns in there. So... last time, What's-His-Face got all annoyed.
Hold it!
Right, so we already read all this. I think they both had a gun. Okay. We have to press Nash. Yeah, we have to press Nash on like the third thing that he says. Same. It looks like a tasty fish and chips. There's no gun here. Maybe we present the picture of him and say he didn't have a gun?
Objection!
This is probably wrong. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov, you got the picture. Yes, Nash, he has, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as a murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! That kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and insignificant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend,
but let's see some evidence to support your claim.
Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Ah! I don't know what it wants me to say. The picture again? It can't be, because we used that to get here. Is it the number of barrels fired or shots fired? Is it the photo?
What should I do?
I mean, this... He literally doesn't have a gun in his hands. Well, look, I know that the brothers went like this, right? The guy clearly went to grab it. But what piece of evidence is that? Also, their story doesn't tell us why Gina is unconscious. Oh, it's a single bullet wound from the back, not the front. Oh. All right.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me the gun," that followed by a gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Ah! Yeah. But it's the God's honest truth.
It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night,
The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand, and we saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash. Order, order, order. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out! We blab now, you know what'll he do to us. He? Who are you talking about?
make my position... Let me make your position here perfectly clear.
Oh my god. Oh no! I know where this is going. McGilded never died. Oh! I'm getting more wine. McGilded never died. He's threatening them. Everybody's acting according to his whims. And he had them set up Gina because Gina was at the previous crime he committed. I'll leave you with that. The drama. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. I have a feeling.
You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up.
But you'll have our guts for garters.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
I like how Van Zeeks and I are kind of on the same side right now, and I'm living. Encounter with the victim. Yes, let's hear it.
Alright, we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed us his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Adley won. Nani? What you talking about, Cortex? I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through the door and the back room. Wait, Adley actually beat something? That means somebody got fucking crowned.
We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all that happened, I swear.
That actually makes me so happy, Cortex. Who do they bring into it?
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
So wait, they brought 3 ML5s and lost to a team that had an RGB 3-star? Is that what you're telling me? Why would you take top model Luluka to a Stene battle? What? Huh?
But be honest, Governor. This time, Nash, this time we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. We just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank.
Well, sorry, I mean, that's right.
We was keeping an eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery's storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premises.
Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time?
What? That mule tooler? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber.
We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me the gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. So they showed up with their gun in hand?
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them at the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windibank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Poor blimey. Lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at the time, is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. And all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. It was Bedlam. Oh, it was Bedlam. I don't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it. I mean, for an old geezer, The bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
That also doesn't make sense.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor?
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter.
Well, Big Brother here was flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim.
That's right. That's when the brothers fled the scene back onto the street. They ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled me gun on him and then he ledged it through the door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, looking out for my brother, wasn't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes.
And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away and ran off through that door and shut himself in. Didn't he just say that he took the gun and threw it into the room? There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran all the way into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother. That's right, Nash, that's right, me and me brother. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was 'cause we tried to open it. It's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
They were probably closing the door to hide from you. Either that or McGilded was inside there.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could have possibly shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Ah,
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
What? What's that look for?
From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did. What is your point, my learned friend?
The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank, and it is The belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only person, possible answer at all. Are we gonna go out on a limb with my theory and say it was McGilded?
You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises.
Weren't they talking about, like, underground tunnels? Oh my freaking god!
The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
There's a tunnel inside the storeroom that McGilded used to kill them. And knock Gina unconscious? I'm not sure why he wouldn't have killed her too.
Maybe.
You must now provide answers to the court in respect to the 2 conundrums.
2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Maybe.
Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore...
Wait a minute. The autopsy for sure confirms it's from the back, right?
Where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Runo? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely.
So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Is it like he's going back inside and they shot him from here? Or was he already in the room?
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here.
And in answer to the second question,
Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? In front of the safe.
Take that!
The defense believes the victim would have been in this
Objection.
position. Shit.
what your answers in fact show is that your own position is as absurd as those you have indicated on the plan.
What are you saying?
What Lord Van Zeeks is saying, Counsel, is that your answers are clearly flawed.
Ugh. So the questions are, from where did the culprit shoot the victim and where was the victim at the time? Well, you have to have at least choose a place that's outside the storeroom, don't you?
Oh.
I mean, if you're saying that someone shot Mr. Windibank from inside the storeroom, they'll just say it was Ginny. You're right. So the person who shot the gun has to have been here.
Take that! Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winnebank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which means that he was most certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, if Mr. Winnebank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Oh yeah, Tux. I don't know what's up with that. My bot literally, I can't even search for you when I go to the currency tab, it doesn't work. Meanwhile, it is because he changed his name, but usually it automatically, it automatically updates after a while, but it's taking a really long time for Tuxa Pizza. And he would show up in the bot with having 0 currency, but he's not. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Maybe. You can't do voice commands, though. That sucks. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered his body on a rising diagonal trajectory.
Oh. Well, that would mean that the little guy... The victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Winnebank was also short, though. Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Let me try something, Tux. I'm gonna try rebooting my chatbot, and I'll see if that helps. Maybe Squire just needs to, like, renew himself. Oh, he's updating. That's probably good. Okay, hold on. He disappeared. Did we die? Oh. Okay, great. Texa Pizza. Nope. That didn't fix it. Sorry, Tux. I don't know what to tell you. Nah, you'll be back. Imagine your day without my stream in this community. It's hard to do, isn't it? I think we're stuck at this point. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
But, what if someone else locked the door? Like Gina? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the door in the storeroom.
Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
Susato. It's probably Gina.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in the courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
It's hailing outside? Storm. Don't go outside. Stay inside. Let's play some more Triangle. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in this situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Storm! Don't let that happen!
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom.
Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victims fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. That is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Yeah. Where does this leave us? I mean to say, it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was the three brothers. They look shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give the verdict, if not...
An admirable effort, my learned friend.
What's this now?
He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street. Performers in your provincial Eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here.
What are these words?
The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly, cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw.
He is super racist. A fatal flaw?
Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this polyconjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground,
The fatal flaw is my learned friend's argument is really simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then.
Huh? What's everyone talking about? The barrels, you idiot! Counsel! Yes, sir.
Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime.
Two bullets.
Correct. The first, which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. The second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. What is that word even?
The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
That doesn't prove anything. Well... The burglars would have had to get hold of Windibank's gun, but if that happened, then the gun couldn't be inside the room.
Indeed it does, a single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend.
Pettifoggery, meaning petty quibbling or legal chicanery, comes from the word pettifogger, first attested in English in the mid-16th century to refer to a lawyer who deals with unimportant cases or makes petty objections. Wow. So literally a word about this game, I see.
You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find... Yes, Tux.
That if the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it seems.
Windibank, not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. By the way, Tux, this is the Us character. This one right here. She's the best. Before she had a typewriter and it was amazing. Now we're doing like Morse code.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Get up, Ryunosuke. This is clearly not...
Order, order, order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc.
Yes, that music box disc. Mr. McGilted's music box disc.
The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused in account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, Counsel, as a grim testament. Lord Van Zeeks. Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions. Right from the top, the government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I'm the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you.
Why is he acting like this?
The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff! The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character.
Hold the fucking phone. What is going on with this disc?
Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood.
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Huh? Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash.
Oh, fuck, it's gonna change color, and it's not gonna be Mason's blood. What? That means... Isn't that Sholmes' blood? Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Oh! What does that mean?
There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case.
I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes.
Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord. Wonder I might say something at this point.
Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer is bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your learnings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 Wow. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windipink. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Paradeb Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you now have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Here we fucking go again. I do like the summation examinations, though. This is a good trial, honestly.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked.
Well, no more.
Ugh. The whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter.
Cheers.
Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Once a rogue, always a rogue.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
There are members of the British... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world?
No. No. I'm simply illustrating my point. Ugh. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl already shown that she had it in her before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it.
When you say that she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find across from Europe. I don't know, Danny. Well, we still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Mikilda's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. We already did that.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet, somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that possibly be? Oh, yeah, Frit. Are you in Canada? I don't know how to prove this. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. Oh. We could try the disc or the reports.
Take that!
I don't think this works. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. I don't suppose this would pass as the 3rd bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Coming from you, I'm going to take that as meaning not much. In no way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark. At the very least, I would expect the evidence you present to be the correct form. been a long day. Let's actually try to find the third bullet before we attempt that again, Runo. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
Hold it!
So, if I've understood correctly, you need two pictures, a left eye one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. When you can see the scene in 3 dimensions like this. So, if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. We don't have a third bullet.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no questioning that the man was shot, but the bullet was simply vanished from his...
Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. So this guy is the doctor that did the operation on Sholmes. Oh no! That means the green blood isn't his! Then whose is it?
It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hurlich. No, Hurloch. No, Hairlock.
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord.
I don't
It was
know.
Hairlock Fellow.
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Sherlock Holmes? Herlock Sholmes?
That's right. Using the latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They say he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere.
Seriously, though.
So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct. It, as is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region. Then
exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
Just as soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying you checked his back?
Of course I did, and There wasn't a trace of injury. No sign the bullet left the body at all.
That's it. That's what we need. That's what we need. What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still inside the man's innards, which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict each other. Oh, did I fuck up again? Sorry, old bean. Can't accept that as squadron leader. What? All fighting for a common cause, don't you know, my chaps? No way they'd contradict one another. I concur, Mr. Foreman. You will refrain from personal attacks on the jury based solely on your own frustrations, Counsel. The really frustrating thing is, I thought I identified a genuine discrepancy there. There are a lot of questionable characters in the Garadeb squadron. You might have to listen to what they have to say a few times before it starts to make sense. Yes. And press them on anything that sounds suspicious. That's the way forward here. But still, should we really be labeling members of the jury as questionable? Alright, fine, I jumped the gun. I'm sorry. Oh! We can pit him against this guy.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other.
Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitying. P-I-T-T.
On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen very similar situation in Motherland.
Fail. Night.
It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly! The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and were on dog sleds.
Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? Oh. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked like bullet wounds. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in the pawnbroker's shop. not some snowy mountain in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here.
Runo, where exactly was Hurley shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes is wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when we arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may.
Lord Van Zeeks?
While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wounds. Ah, thank goodness! I thought it was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes's pouch. I see. Aha! So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. Almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes's pouch.
And it was a glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
And this bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop.
A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Whose blood is it then?
Though it has no bearing on the truth of the case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Da. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy.
Now, the summation examination is on hold because I'm going to look at the pouch.
This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion.
A big explosion?
Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. But they're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous.
Oh.
I'm sure that's when his file broke. The chemical inside would have ignited.
Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left is in the danger zone.
These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions.
Homemade?
Yes, like fingerprint powder to show up where people have touched things, and scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object.
That's amazing.
They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable.
Mr. Sholmes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. It's really scorched badly just here.
Oh, the strap is broken. Look.
This must be where the bullet hit then.
Let me see.
Oh! What the? Iris, look! Behind the broken file. Do you see this?
Ah, that's the Skulkin Brothers bullet.
What a stroke of luck that it's in his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night.
We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet.
It's time we press that juror again, I think. Well, that's awesome. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue here, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it.
The accused attempt a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Hold it!
What do you mean, you're in for a busy day?
Forgot to say, stop. Excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop.
A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all of the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop.
Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she?
I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdicts later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics experts. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Hurley always turns up at just the right moment.
Does he always come in the form of a pouch? Seriously though, it sounds like the great detective was on death's door. But maybe his injuries won't be for nothing. That pouch could very well be a valuable clue. Once a rogue, okay.
Hold it!
We were so damned trying to do this before.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It clearly is visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Windibank, and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the scene of the crime. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Arrgh!
Order, order, order! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend this summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand. Oh my god, this is...
dragging. They each had a gun.
It's to end.
Witnesses! Governor! Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I done... Is it one of yours? Or blimey, Gov, or blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It's just the 2 of us, that's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Skulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? That's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense.
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. It could be, honestly, it could be either of these. They had another gun, or they had a secret gun. I'm gonna say accomplice. On that night at Windibank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present. Someone carrying a gun, and it was fucking McGilded.
Objection!
An accomplice, you say? Pigs will. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands an answer on 2 accounts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting.
I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present that evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Take that!
This didn't work. The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself?
Be more specific.
You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Well, it could be either of the green ones. Oh, which one?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain. Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature?
It's something developed by Sherlock Holmes. By the great detective. New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Why have I been added in Epic 7? It's okay, this courtroom is crazy. They've had bombs go off. Doesn't matter.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Ah, a striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Why are we getting added? Okay. Oh! That's whatever. That's kind of a waste of a banner.
Then whose blood is it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. What? Wait, whose blood is this?
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is the alleged third intruder?
Oh my god, who is it? Susanna, that's why she fled the country. It's on the disc too, though. She's on Rosenlock Island. Oop. Who the fuck? This guy? It kind of has to be.
Take that!
The band's name is Egbert Benedict.
Egbert Benedict! Who on earth are you talking about, Council?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place.
When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. So she shot him? I know, Benedict, it carries a different meaning now. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. There's more, or that's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Ah, taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice.
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Ah, so Benedict is the big bad, not McGilded.
Never seen that geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov, on my life, never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see the proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following that a minor... Can we talk normally? Thank you. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir, here is the disc for you.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
I shouldn't say things I don't understand.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Ugh, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a blood stain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes. And we added the results to this portfolio.
I say,
it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection of some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to your successfully proving that no other blood in the world could turn the same color.
Ah, well.
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it.
Is he alright? Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with this. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. Is that the judge? How about how
He was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Ah. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
Hey, Kazusa. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Great to see you again. I hope you're doing well. I might play some Persona later today, depending on how early we finish this.
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues.
Good luck with that? Wait, what do you mean good luck with that, Cortex? You don't have people you... What? Wait, Kazusa, are you playing KOF? Yeah, Dots. The PS4 port just launched, and it's a new update since the PS3 version, so I'm like... Plus, I heard it's $30, so I'll just grab it.
Is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention.
You've been playing BBCF? Wait, who are you playing? And why is it probably Izanami? I'm gagged. I am gagged. I'm gagged that you're playing Arcune. Kazusa, you know only evil people do that. Only evil people play Arcune. Except for that nice guy from Arizona, Tubazo, he's very nice. But he's the only nice Arcune person, and he's probably evil deep underneath inside.
Faith in humanity.
At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing.
Hey, Kazusa, we should so play BBCF. He reminds you of DBFZ, giant reward off mashing square. Yes, that is correct. However, it is hard to play neutral with him. You just have to hope that something you do works, which is also very DBFZ. So, I completely agree with what you just said.
Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precise of the situation from an entirely unexpected source.
Yeah. Okay, Kazusa, those are pretty much the reasons Arcune is not considered top tier. He could win any matchup, but you have to manage to land the hit. And that's really wild to say. But that's how the game is. It's only like that at top level. If you get good and you fight Americans, you can cheese most people. I'll get cheesed. 100%.
It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just Conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Really?
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
Yay, it's done.
2 call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The conclusion, the prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
Oh, man. Hey, Keikazusa, if you want to play BBCF literally any time, DM me on Discord. Do you have me on Discord? Are we in the same server somewhere? I've played BlazBlue for more than 10 years, and I can play like 5 characters. Well, 4. I can play 4 characters. I have a horrible bullet, and I don't think I could do that right now.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Urgh.
Yeah, if you want to ever play, I'd be happy to play with you. Cause I know you'll be strong after you get beaten up enough.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I'd imagine I'd managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? Best girl?
What have you to say, madam?
If possible, Inspector.
Me, madam?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Right, yes. This one you mean, of Mr. Benedict.
Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5. You don't mean to say you know this man? I like how every single thing here comes down to circumstance. Like, we literally would have lost the trial if one of the jurors hadn't happened to operate on Herlock Sholmes. And then we happened to have this criminal from Russia that could talk about bullet wounds and his experience. And now we happen to have this chick. I get it. It's anime. It makes the plot go. It makes the characters significant. I understand. I'm just gonna get more wine, but I understand. It's just drama. I'll be right back.
Yes, I know him.
What?
No! Good gracious! Order, order, order! Juror number 5. How on earth?
I am a communications officer. Stop.
Okay, because you said just join my Discord. And then you can message me. Yeah. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is Stop. Also a communications officer, Stop. He works at my office, Stop. A very talented operator, in fact, Stop. He should be in the communication station now, Stop.
Stop that
Tapping
right
away
now.
on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour.
Subpoena, that's what it is.
When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about the events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well. The court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Subpoena. Yeah, I don't know this word. It's a long trial. Maybe Gina will actually talk to us now. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you.
Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Yeah, sounds good. I'd be happy to play, Chris. Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-1 to Windibank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in that Sholmes don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with the Windibank for safekeeping. I forgot how much I hate reading Gina. At least that's what I thought at the time. You broke into Windibank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had to know. I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and went inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ugh! I nearly died, I did. The next thing I knew, I'd grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, all right, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all.
You did all that to check for me, Ginny.
Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arrived on the scene, yes. What was all that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot I shut the door behind me. Sorry. Then I'd better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Right? Why didn't she say anything? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help him, see? So I was about to go out into the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick, as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. So she passed out. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I had done what I had done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I keep telling lies, I'd make things even worse for me.
It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry.
It's showtime.
Just stay strong a little longer.
Yeah, Gokai, it's looking like we're gonna start FF102 on Friday. Because we have too much stuff to do. We're still getting to the end of Great Ace Attorney. I was hoping we were closer to the end than we are. Etc. Etc. Runo's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. My boyfriend told me to. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. You got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was the killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. The stranger, and strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crimes were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo! But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. How we miss him. Such a great loss of potential. Somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. So cute. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Alright, this should be the last leg. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all of your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. He was your partner, wasn't he, Ryunosuke? We know. I've been furiously retweeting art that ships the two of them. I've been doing it. Don't say these things, Rosenlaw. Let's just interrogate what's his fuck and finish this. It drags on for so long. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenated the witness? The subpoena... Am I saying this right? Subpoena... Ooh. The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us return our attention to Inspector Gregson's precise of the case heard.
by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
I never heard of subpoena. I did not know this word. I'm sorry.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. I thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume?
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation, indeed.
This is really beyond a joke, you know.
Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the palace on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
So, do you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. But then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for tea in this afternoon. Some small consolation at least.
Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We've met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchant. So, I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy white hat while I do. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what do you think? The witness is here to testify about the events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You cannot be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. He's cute.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No. I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in British court anyway? Well, needless to say,
Hold it!
where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence.
Yes, he does.
If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion.
Well, I can do that.
You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Silent victory wiggle. Thanks. What the fuck? Certainly, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson! Who is the Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective.
So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective.
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? The counselor for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? Ugh. Ah! This is so unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. Hurley and I know what we're doing. The trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. Granted, it is a very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for you uneducated friends back home in the East. Something riled him up there. For just a moment, Mr. Graydon let his feathers get ruffled. But a souvenir is all it's good for.
Hold it!
Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world.
And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies.
Quiet. Now. As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. I need to find a way to get more information out of the man somehow, but compared to the bungling burglars beside him, he seems as innocent as a child. Or perhaps the Skulkin brothers might be the key here. Oh, could they be somehow... Remember, if you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident here, he'll be free to leave. Oh, I know. I can't let that happen. Let's listen to those statements again and see if there's any way I can make one of them tell us more. Did I miss something?
Hold it! Objection! Hold it!
We don't have that picture of him being there, do we? We don't. Please no.
Hold it!
Oh, he replayed the last one.
Hold it! Objection! Hold it!
Aha!
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not big bruv Skulky.
Poor blimey, Governor, you what?
It is not the case that when... Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, you went through your mind... A thought went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Me? Thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him.
You would? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that, much more to open up the wounds again, that's all.
Spill the beans.
What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. It was, well, you know, it was worrying for him, and... Oh, L's bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that?
What?
Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon.
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain.
No, I refuse.
You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim you have had nothing to do whatsoever with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery.
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel.
Hey, Mars. Graydon is really cute. Big agree. He basically looks like Ellie... Never mind. Hey Mars, did you lose in trivia or did you win? And I want the truth. Yeah, this is Egbert, but Egbert Benedict was a fake name. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely gay, Dots. I mean, that much is definitely true. Hold a moment. I'll leave you guys here with Graydon for you, Mars, and I'll be right back.
they said, oh, well, you've had enough time. It's another thing. They said you had enough time. Why? Hello?
Yeah, they moved it back to the end of March. Oh god, that's kind of soon. It's only a Long Beach out here.
Oh, well, that's what mine had to do with freaking LA.
Nah, it's in Long Beach. Take your picture.
In the headshots, she was had her phone like right here.
Did she call you up?
Like this. Close.
Did she call you up?
No. I told her, look, I'm having dress clothes. This is gonna. And she's like, oh, it's fine. At this point, I think it's not dressing care.
Oh, you should have dress clothes. And that is the truth. It's unacceptable if you don't have dress clothes as an adult.
That's what you call one woman's day? You better watch yourself. That's a lot.
I heard you pour about this much in your house.
I don't know what you do, so it's not six.
Anyway, Ace Attorney is dragging its fucking feet.
Why don't you just not bring it up?
I'm gonna beat it. I was like, that's cute. That's really cute. And I told her exactly why. Why do you know? We make this quesadillas. We can make chicken. Why not?
We could actually, you could cut up a chicken patty for it.
Why not?
Cook two of the patties and cut them up, and then into the quesadilla they go. Wait a minute, what? Define lose, so you lost. Yes, Graydon does give off the Ellie Ghost vibes, just a little bit. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with this pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? What kind of prizes do you get? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Top 5 out of 13. Above average. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
This is kind of a Sandra drink, to be honest. I call it the passionate dream. Oh, Mars, come on, we gotta get it together. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Here, come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the window banks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. Kisoan, why you gotta click that? But thank you. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the pawnbroker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That is a really fucking good question. That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Runo? I think he has no... Oh, well, we already read this! So what do they want in the court record here? Is it the music box disc? What are we... What I saw in the pawnbrokery prior to the murder. Probably this. Oh, yeah, Mars. The game will be back later tonight with Pirate Flan. And they had a big video last night about all the stuff coming up, which is very exciting. Guilty Gear collab is next week, but there's going to be limited Guilty Gear units available this week. Right, Kev? Biken and Dizzy. At this point, both of those units are pretty skippable. Yeah, not really. They were good about 3 years ago. Biken is like a good unit to one-shot the Banshee hunt with. And Dizzy arguably could be okay for PvP, but not actually. She's actually horrible in the current meta. You actually really want Emilquerque. Yeah, Dots, I saw that Thracia banner, and that is garbage. We're getting Merida, an alt of Merida. We already have 2 versions of Merida. A character that isn't playable, the generic Pegasus Knight, and that fucking random hero. Yeah, I'm really, like, they could have added anyone, and this is who we got. Augustus is the biggest what the fuck to me. Because that guy is literally a non-playable character.
Did you see who the Grand Hero is?
No, who?
He's a sage.
Who? Wait, it's not Salem, is it?
Yeah.
Salem? Oh, shit.
Yeah, but his art is this one.
You know Salem is the first playable Dark Mage in Fire Emblem history? Oh, it is Salem. You know what? His art does him justice. That's the best looking one. But the rest of this is honestly garbage. Not really. He looks lame.
Let me guess, you wanted another gold.
No, there's a lot of characters in Thracia, and they would have been better choices than the batch. This batch is, like, literally shit. I probably couldn't be let down more. Also, Augustus is literally an advisor that's a non-playable character, and they added him. Like, hello? Old Dithorba was also a fucking choice. Dithorba is literally an NPC that has other characters that look like her. You literally fight Dithorba in one chapter and then she's dead and you're like, okay, next NPC. We could present this.
I'm gonna go to Hollywell, okay? So I'll have to figure out his center.
Ew, Kev.
Don't talk to me.
Holy moly's nasty. Kevin.
Leave me alone. I'm tired of this.
Hold it! Objection!
So, am I supposed to present the evidence of his blood here?
Yeah.
We could try. We might as well. Like, we have all the lives back, I guess.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, we fucked up.
Nothing new there.
Hold it! Objection!
I didn't mean to do that. I meant to examine and I pressed the wrong button. Ah, man. So what do they want me to do? Maybe use this against his last statement? Huh. Can we use the disc?
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Storm with the three years of subscriptions. I really appreciate it. It was probably last month that you're thinking of. I don't think you did this a few days ago, although I could check. Oh! 9 days ago. What? I don't know. 9 days ago, Storm resubscribed. And that was for this month's subscription, so I don't know. I do not know.
Cheater, pumpkin eater.
Happy 3 years for the second time. But his sub message 9 days ago was happy 3 years. Well,
Sounds pretty sketch.
thanks, Storm. I don't know why it has happened, but
Sketchy bitch.
is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? Alright, take care, Storm. I hope that, Triangle treated you well. Yeah, we love Waifu-chan. He's here. As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Really? Oh my gosh. Dude, Game Plus seems pretty hard. We'll take our swing at it again tomorrow. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must, Mr. Graydon. You refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch, consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So, you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order, order. Well, Mr. Graydon. It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilton, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGill did, you say? The famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom
2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder.
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in the courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Grayson here is claiming the disc belongs to him, then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilden's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
My god, I'm so tired of cross-examinations. Why? There's a note on the disc saying for McGilden, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
Really, Rosen? So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in the pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilden. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilden at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
So, the disc in question...
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of your overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut, which means if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Is the first Ace Attorney like this, Rosenlock?
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas, her kind frequent...
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. That came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared... You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. I'm remembering how much this game drains my voice.
I hope I can last till the end. I hope I'm close. This is like... It's getting a little repetitive, and I would like a conclusion soon. As the player, I'm losing interest a little bit. I proceed at once to stop at the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of pickpurse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Really?
You know St. Patrick's Day tomorrow?
Real? How can there be a fair bit left? We've been going for so long. Oh no!
Your torment excites me.
Maybe we'll finish it on Sunday. I can't do too much more of this, honestly. I'm getting kind of bored. And my voice is like... I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Just like... Honestly... The whole process of the game is a little bit tedious, like... Summation examination, listen to everybody, press everybody, send the two people against each other, cross-examination, press every statement, learn the thing that you need to talk against, wait for somebody to speak up. It's like... My God. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Really, Cortex? Because I feel like more than half the information you get at these trials is just sleep. It's either stuff you know, or stuff that is irrelevant. Like, I feel like I'm being run in circles. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. But Cortex, I can't just skip everything. I have to press every statement to see if... Like, sometimes they will respond in a way that is shady to something that you already know is shady because you pressed them on it. And you just hope that one of the other characters does something during that interaction so that you can progress. If that doesn't happen, you're just sitting there pressing everybody. Yes. There are some times where you press the jurors and it doesn't do shit. I'm just saying the dialogue, maybe I'm just complaining because I'm reading all of this game's dialogue out loud, but there's a lot of things that I'm just like, okay, I'm tired of talking. Like, this literally didn't need to be in the game. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have a great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna have to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Yeah, that's where I'm also struggling, Rosenlock. So, in VLR, we had to read damn near everything. And I didn't... I mean, there were scenes with June where we were like, fuck you, June. And it got to be a lot, but... I just didn't... I wasn't as annoyed by it. Yeah. This is probably a visual novel in the truest sense to anything we've ever played. However, all of this will be in the review. Gladly, my lord. Okay. Did we already press this? Wait, why are we still on this? Didn't we present what we needed to present? I'm gonna cry. Please! McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Mocking? I do play fighting games, yes. Yeah, I don't think we have anything to present. What is this?
Hold it!
What was the press on this one? I see.
Hold it!
I left the chair there for you. It's so good.
Is that right?
The disc in question is this disc here.
Yes, it is. Scotland Yard has indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Not something I'd be aware of. I really didn't know the man well, anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes and flamboyant poses.
Hold it!
Perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items?
No, not at all.
Oh.
A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac.
In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Mr. McGilded's in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. True now. If you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see what that irritatingly assured expression crumble. So which one do we need to contradict then?
Objection!
I pressed the wrong button again. Crap. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what they want me to... One gentleman's overcoat. I don't fucking know. Alright, yeah, take me through the same dialogue sequence that we just had. Please do that. I think it's the fourth... I don't know!
Objection!
Isn't this your overcoat? He's lying about it. I don't know. I actually don't know what they want me to do.
Hold it!
nothing of McGilded's left in the shop. The overcoat, but it wouldn't let me submit that. That's definitely the statement that you're supposed to do something. Why is there a blood stain on this? I really don't know what they want me to do. They're like, if you have evidence that he should be there, I'm like, the only thing I can think of is the overcoat. And it literally would not let me submit that as evidence. One small box? Like, what is this?
Objection!
We died. Yeah. I don't know what this convoluted game wants me to do.
Guilty.
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 It was Makoto.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It's okay.
I really don't know why he would be there at night. I tried presenting this. This is the only thing that makes sense to me. 10:30 at night. February 15th. Literally the night of the murder. I don't... I don't see how any of this evidence... Are they just asking for me to put music box somewhere else? There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. Can we present the ticket here? Because the timing doesn't line up?
Objection!
No. He was after things that belonged to McGilded, but that he didn't end up with that should have still been in the shop.
Objection!
I'll be honest, I have no idea what this piece of evidence is even talking about. A box.
Objection!
Ah! I pressed the wrong button. Ah! I don't even know. One small box. Like, we have no context. I don't know what the fuck this box is. Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, Dots, you could tell me. I'm done thinking about this.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. Thank you, Dots. I've reached that point where I'm at a game that... But Cortex, this one was supposed to be picked up on the 13th. The murder happened on the 16th. Which the overcoat ticket was supposed to be picked up at 10:30 on the 15th. So that would make sense. But why am I choosing a ticket that was supposed to have been redeemed 3 days earlier? You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend. Oh, that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in Pawn at Windibanks. As this was second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ugh. There was 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for the same reason, this Grayton fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic print to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the furnished shop. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. And that's at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April.
The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear.
And then here we have another print.
This one was taken about 2
hours after the incident.
I see, so you have 2 pictures to compare.
Is it time, Kev? We'll go watch something.
Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men had already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints, and the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night of the question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Yeah! I don't believe it. If I could just have shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact on the night of the question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Fuck! I picked the wrong thing! I didn't even know it was a question! No! I need to look at them again! Oh my god! Wait, Runo! There's something out of place with these two prints. I'm sure of it. Iris. What about that trick we just learned? Oh my god. We should use that now to really examine these two prints thoroughly. Alright, just uncross your eyes. Please.
Counsel, I finally become accustomed to the wide-eyed stare that so frequently occupies your countenance. That crossing of your eyes is another matter entirely. I'm afraid I must penalize you for it.
Oh my god. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow.
Of course you don't.
Which piece of evidence do you tend to use to identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Definitely the fucking this thing.
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what wonderful contraption has to show us. There we go. Now look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel.
Well, it's the highlighted box.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. Yeah, it's weird to play it on the Switch, Chris, because it's completely obsolete. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. I love how he's doing that. Let me wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. He's crossing his eyes. How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Mr. Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box, originally deposited by Mr. McGilded, is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then, but doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that it was moved, and it was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Shut up. The court does not uphold your objection, Fenzeeks. Bailiff, arrange an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yeah, I'm gonna buy it, Chris. Because I'm a fool. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce.
Actually got released like 2 hours ago.
Who did?
Before.
Disappointing, yeah, I know. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such a commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which he was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black coat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of the pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to the case? Well,
What's the matter, Runo? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence.
yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mr. McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake, that the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information.
Oh no!
And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury.
But Ginny...
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything?
But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry, what do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time.
Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibank's by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain this last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Runo.
Alright. My voice is waning. This has been dragging. We are concluding this game on Sunday. I can do no more. Yeah. Like, doing a bunch of voices with nothing but dialogue that I have to read is actually super exhausting. So, we're gonna end here. Kevin and I are gonna have dinner and watch anime. I'm sad we didn't finish this, but at the same time, I kind of expected this. I have a feeling this is a decent game. It's just not, maybe it's not for me. Anyway, we'll finish on Sunday. We'll talk about the LPT RPG review. I'll see you guys soon. Bye!